All right. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. Today, we're gonna do something cool, I think. But before we... Oh, my sound is badly... Hope you're having a nice Sunday. One of you are... Okay. At least the stream is working, so we know that. Alright, anyway. Let's see first what we were up to. This week I did a lot of balancing and I added some thing I postponed for a while, which is a toolbar. Somehow I managed to also get sick again. I don't know, man. I should just stay inside, work on my game 24/7 instead of going out in the tube. Anyway, this isn't good. Ooh, memory allocation failed. Hello, Uzi. Apparently we have way too many things going on. So let me kind of close some because my PC is dying. This isn't good. What the heck am I allocating that's that big? No, I am paying an artist who's very, very good. So I only do the programming. The art and sound is mostly some other people I contract. Well, it's fully, except the UI art, which is currently done by me. Let me close some of this. My computer, just for reference, is not that good. So if I do something and also stream, we might run out of memory. So that's not good. Okay. Okay. We should be good now. Sorry about that. Hopefully, now that I closed everything, we have enough memory to run the game. I know, I know. I have a, I have some parts in a cart. Thank you for the follow, Wizzy. Yeah, I have some stuff that I want to buy, but I just bought the graphics card when it was cheap enough, basically. I was actually on a 1080 before, which was kind of the same age as this thing. We also bookmark this and then delete this. Okay. I think we're good to go. If the game still doesn't run, anyway, so this week I balanced things a bit. I added a toolbar. I added a new capability so you can harvest bushes like berry bushes, cotton bush, and stuff like that easier. Yeah, so we're gonna check it out once it builds. Anyway, AM5. What is AM5? Probably whatever's new now. I think so. Let me check my cart. Yes, I am moving to AM5. So I'm gonna get a new motherboard, a new CPU, and lots more memory. Yeah, 48 gig or something like that. But now we're just gonna slowly compile this Rust code because the cargo cleaned accidentally. I didn't mean to actually, yeah. And you can see the game, and it's nothing. Once it builds the first time, just editing something and building it again, it's a couple of seconds. I don't know, 10 seconds. It's not super, I mean, it could be even faster. When I'm streaming, actually, it's significantly slower, and I believe that's because my CPU is sweating. Yeah, but usually it's not that bad. Some under 30. Depending also what changes I make. Right, so I git stashed and I wanna show you what I have because it's pretty cool, and then we can unstash and get into what I was supposed to be doing. So before we proceed, I want to show you something. So my assets currently are made by an nice pixel artist who does them like this, right? Very beautiful, very nice. One thing I didn't notice, my game is isometric, but with a twist. The problem is if I want to rotate, this guy doesn't, you can't rotate around this shape. So you need to redraw it, which is kind of a pain for both of us. Some shapes which are fairly symmetrical, like this guy, or maybe a cube, those kind of things you can rotate, but this you need to be able to see it from the back, and I have no drawing with this shape from the back, right? Or this guy from this. Well, actually this one isn't too bad because I think it's symmetrical in both sides. But I have more problems. Forget about those. Characters are fine, but here's a... Okay. I think it was crashing because my game is pre-allocating a lot of memory. Let me check if you see this on stream. think it's my stream. Okay. Right, because well, OBS doesn't show me a preview, so that's nice. But I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I created this tiny bar where you have actions. You used to right click and select what you want to do. But now you have this bar here with action. So here, if you want to farm, whoop, farm here, dig here, whoop. And this guy will go and farm and dig. Right, so look at these assets. So this one, if I want to rotate, I need to have it drawn from this angle as well. That's annoying. Which brings me to what I want to do today. So the dwarves are literally, I mean, their pixel art, they look really nice. And I also have a bit of fog here in the depth. Anyway. So it's kind of like a Gnomoria Dwarf Fortress Rimworld type of a game. Now I have just one guy because I was testing some stuff. But this is where we are today. So one thing I did is foraging. You can forage these berries, these strawberries, this blueberry. So when you forage, it will forage from not over the item, but nearby here or here or here, or you can't hear. And then the berry will just jump out. This berry doesn't look like these ones because I have it from another texture pack, so I need to tell my artist to make me a few berries that match a bit better the colors. These they can eat. I did another thing now. The dwarf used to be able to eat grass, which wasn't cool, right? So basically now I have required 4 types for this dwarf: meat, vegetable, fruit, no grains, dairy, baked, cooked meat, fish, insects and grass turned off. Okay, these were a bit hard to preview last time. You would just see the bit field number here, so you couldn't be quite sure which bit was on or off because it was just a number. So this looks better now. So now I have this new thing here. Of course, plenty of other components are still editable or inspectable. All right. Oh, I should have let this guy work. Other stuff, dwarves are sleeping in beds. They take their armor and clothes off before sleep. They put them back on after. And now we also have digging down. So now they can also dig down. So you see, this is kind of like maybe I should show it here. They can dig here. So they can dig down and get more resources. And it's actually pretty fun. The sound, I think it's very annoying right now because I just took some random sounds to test the system. My sound artist will finish something by the end of this month, which should be fairly epic. You saw the dwarf when they ate a baguette. Is that this is they're interpolated, but they're very fast interpolated to get to their destination, so I might change it. They travel from one tile to another in 200 milliseconds. I tuned a little bit the time of day, time passage, as well as this is a bit of a cheat. He can dig here even though it's covered, so I need to fix that. Yeah, so this is mainly the vibe I'm going for. And yes, well, not really. They don't wait a lot. Oh, you see this guy fell asleep here. he doesn't quite, you can almost see his eyes are closed. But he fell asleep and fainted here because he tried to go to sleep in the bed, but the cat is sleeping in the bed. So that's what happened. Anyway, I plan on adding more to this area here. But one thing I want to fix is these things. So I don't think you can quite exactly tell, but maybe if I can't forage because I have in this map, I don't have an axe to cut trees. The problem is these things are cubes. Let me show you my debug camera. So because this game is isometric, I take that 2D art and then I project it over some cubes. And if you look at it from the right angle, let me ban this guy real quick. Okay, no problem. Okay. Yeah, it looks good, but only from a certain angle. And I took a bit of care projecting it, even the terrain tires. Well, that was the thing. I did build camera rotation. You can actually build rotating camera. Wait, I have a bit of a bug here. You can rotate cameras in isometric worlds. You see? The problem is rotating this, where am I? Rotating these shapes is a bit tricky. As you see here, they're very wonky. The terrain rotates fine. These lines can be fixed. I just worked on rotations this week. But this bed isn't supposed to look like this. It's supposed to look from like the other. It's aligned like this in the world, in this direction. Right? So there's some flipping that you can do to match them, but then these you can totally see they're from 3 different cubes, right? And it's kind of bothering me because, well, it's a pain. Also, the light on this is actually fixable. Another thing that's not quite exactly fixable is the very harsh light on trees. So here you can see it because the global light in some are weirdly placed, and this face is called similar for this bush. The problem is, like, this is a cube, right? So if we go back into debug cam, okay, it looks good from here, but like you see, this is clearly a cube being shaded from somewhere there. That's not cool. So what I do plan on doing is allowing, because these are 3D already, these terrain tiles, I was thinking, man, how hard would it be to like model this? Wait, let me put the camera back. You see, you kind of can see how they rotate with the camera, so they need a thing in the back anyway, right? But then at this point you might as well model this in Blender, and then you don't get weird artifacts at the edges, which currently I do, and then it doesn't create as much depth problems for so the chair is actually projected on the inside of the cube now, and it should probably be on the outside, but if I do that it messes with this guy here, so it's quite wonky, this solution. It looks cool when you see it, but it has a lot of problems. In any case, that being said, yeah, I mean, at that point you can just have a cube, but then this shape shouldn't be a cube, right? So I'm gonna, what do I do in Blender? Oh, because I was thinking, if I'm doing it 3D anyway, and I'll have these faces as well, I might as well make this hammer in 3D so it lights up nicer, you know, and then it has some ambient occlusion here. Because this hammer, when you rotate around it, I still want it to look nice. It looks wonky from this angle, you see? So in Blender, it shouldn't be that hard. So I spent the whole weekend learning Blender. So yeah, that's where we're at. Here. But not really. So I did learn a little bit. So now git stash fly. I added a GLTF loader and I exported. Yeah, so here's the thing. Rotation is worth it because I'll show you why. Oh, it adds a lot of complexity, but I already was annoyed by the fact that my trees were cubes. If you put a fireplace near a tree, you can totally see it stopped being flat, so that's very annoying. I also have a limitation right now. I can't have things bigger than a cell without significant complexity. So the bed you were seeing, it was quite complicated to add. Actually, it took me more to add that one bed than it takes me to add some meshes. So I'll show you in a second. Mesh support, because I already have in my render pipeline, I already have 3D support for those cubes. Things in Minecraft, yes, yeah, like the flowers in Minecraft, and like two intersecting quads. Yeah. I mean, you can still do that and put it in here. So the reason I was very skeptical about it, I thought it's gonna take me significantly more time, but it took me a few hours. It actually took me longer to learn Blender, which fair enough. But it wasn't that long in the grand scheme of things. But one thing I do want to keep is the... Okay, so here we have this cube comes from Blender. It's a GLTF cube, and it almost works in the sense that texture paint, in the sense that it has a texture put on top of it. So this is from my original texture, but I put it on top of this guy. Currently, I don't support loading those textures. So this is what you see here is the texture atlas from the whole world. But it's almost there. And then I really want to keep the same exact look as this guy has drawn it for me. Except, you know, in 3D. And that will make it nicer and easier to lit up and things like that. I do wonder why my frame rate is so low. Maybe before we do anything, let's profile a little bit because I'm a bit confused. Had that problem. Oh, the beds will be another model as well. Beds and those things will be just another model. Because like one thing I want to show you, and I didn't. So you see this bed? It's a texture, but it's bigger than a 1 by 1. So So rotating this will be a pain, right? To maintain this kind of shape, whereas if this is a 3D thing, and honestly I can model this thing in Blender right now with my current knowledge, I just need to make sure I keep the kind of vibe that this one has, so it's very pixel. I want it to look identical, right? Because right now, just drawing this bed on the right layer, when the dwarf is sleeping on it and then the cat is sleeping on it, it's just such a pain. And it's... Won't I need a pixelating shader? No, you don't. It's not necessary. It's more about the geometry. To keep it simple, and you can make the geometry distorted like this. So then when you look at it, it seems it's jagged from the geometry itself. It doesn't need to be a straight line in Blender. You know what I mean? It can be a zigzaggy line. So that's what I intend to do about the edges. And then this is fine, because this is just a low res texture that you map on top of a cube, and then it's gonna look fine if you do not do interpolation and do nearest blending. That is the hope. I don't want to do it with pixelating shaders because they're very wonky and not stable and things will flicker. But modifying geometry so it's zigzaggy should be fine. One thing I want to keep is this kind of low iteration times. So now the FPS is good. What the heck was going on before? Now it runs as a billion FPS like it should. Anyway. The characters will still be 2D. I think. I like that. It's just this kind of shapes I'll keep and change. The shapes that aren't symmetrical with rotations, and they're not emissive. So this fire can actually stay as it is, a texture. But this, it can be modeled easy. Bed can be modeled for sure, and these big workshops, and I think it would make my life easier. The reason I think this is worth is because you need to see from other angles. I did some playtests yesterday where I was just playing the game, you know, fooling around, digging. And if you dig and kind of, for example, if you want to kind of have a farm here, but it's obstructed by this guy, by this mountain, it becomes quite frustrating to kind of always have to lower the camera, do the things you need to do and whatever, versus, let's say, just, you know, looking at the world from the other angle. So yeah, that's what I would say about that. In any case, we have a cube, which is exciting. So one thing I do want to have is still everything in this game loads fairly quickly. So shaders, if I just edit a shader, it knows, my game knows to reload everything, right? So let me just show you, like shaders, sounds, everything. Right? So I want to keep those iteration speeds. The only thing that you can't quite iterate on it fast is textures, which I didn't really need, and I also pack them in this texture atlas here. But for example, if I go into here, and instead of red, I put green, I save it, boom, it works. It's pretty good, pretty nice. Let's put like what's red and green? Yellow, yeah, of course. Purple. Oh, pink. Anyway, this is where we're at. So that was something that was concerning me. But just to see the difference that I need to do, I kind of imported a GLTF loader. This is the shader. And then I had to build this function, load from GLTF. That is literally 2 lines of code. I like Rust, basically. I used to be a C++ guy. I worked in video games for a long time. Worked in C++ for games at a bunch of places. And that was kind of my default language for something performant. But then I found out about Rust, and it's so much nicer to work with, honestly. Like, I've never touched C++ since 2018 professionally, and since 2017, since I discovered Rust in my free time. It's just so much nicer. Like, you have a package manager, for example. It saves me lots of bugs that I would make with memory. I just like it. It's just nice to work with. The enums are amazing. The ecosystem is great, actually. The fact that it has a package manager, like even now, look, I just added a library, GLTF. I have a loader, that's it. It was basically this one function I added today. I messed around with some index buffers and so on, but that was it. Of course, I've done my own engine. No, yeah, this is my own engine from scratch. It uses, it's not fully from scratch, so I didn't go full on crazy. But I do use, so I use SDL, Web GPU for the graphics, and Fmod for sound. And a couple of libraries for entity component systems, but other than that, it's my own invention. It's not really an engine because it's basically only supporting this one game. So I think it's kind of different if you build one game with a custom tech versus building an engine, which is complicated. But yeah, this is my own engine. And I would highly recommend it. I mean, there's stuff like Handmade Hero that inspired a lot of this movement, but I'm a little bit more, I would use libraries, right? Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I like it because it's not as distracting. What I have to do, it kind of makes me focus on the things that matter in a way. You don't, like, if you have Unity, for example, you kind of want to use the Unity menu system and fancy pants menus. But here I just have my own, well, I don't have I have eGUI, which is a Rust immediate mode library that I used, and I literally forked it and changed the source so it's easier to work for my game. So I use quite a bit of libraries in that sense, but it's kind of put together by me, so whenever anyway, now where we're at in this work, is I can load the mesh, but I can't load the textures. And I think this is the texture. Let me see how we can load the texture. This is the name. So I was actually experimenting, thinking I would do another you find yourself fighting with the engine more than helping. Yeah, I totally get that. Totally get it. Like, I mean, personally, I think things like Unity are not fantastic because I still have trauma since I added an nav mesh and then it crashed my whole project, and then good luck. You can't do anything about it, right? And the list stuff like Godot and whatnot. You can look at the source code and fix your crash or whatever, or submit a patch. But you can't with Unity, so that's a bit annoying. Yeah. Building your own stuff is also good for learning. Honestly, it taught me a lot. But here I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna steal from my past self. Model. From bytes. Okay. Okay, I need the bytes actually. I don't want to load. Should I do this? So one thing I want to keep is when I export from Blender, I want my game to detect the file has been changed and reload the model. So I can't have any, I don't want to have any more a step where I need to recreate a texture atlas. No, actually, I have a love-hate more hate than love, but LLM hater. This was vibe coded actually. This function, but then I had to rewrite it because it's so shit. so I kind of enable. I think right now I have it enabled. I don't know. It's not suggesting anything. Maybe actually I should disable it. Yeah, no, see, I have Copilot here. So I go through phases. It's good for some stuff, like for example, my whole UI, the bottom one. I started it with Claude, and then it gave me kind of like a starting point, and then I had to, I don't know if it makes me faster or slower, but this whole thing here, this whole low menu, it was built by Claude, and then I made it pretty. So I'm not fully a hater, I'd say. It works. It kind of, if you have something new, it kind of works. I feel the autocomplete thing is not quite there yet. I don't know. I'm using Z, and for Z on Windows, it's actually not a pleasant experience. For some reason, it makes the editor slower sometimes. So they're still working on it. Agent mode. So what's agent mode? Is this the right bit here when it changes your code? Like, look, this is my HUD. I don't remember what I asked for here. But this was a long session where I think it put me the game bar there. I give it a prompt and yeah, so I use that sometimes, but I have to make sure I save my work and commit. Yeah, it does that, and then the thing is, I used to get very pissed when it generated junk that didn't work, but now I just undo it, and if it doesn't work from the first prompt, I'll do it myself. If it works, fine, I'll keep it. But I stopped caring about what it generates, because I used to try to fix it and I was just getting so pissed off. But yeah, I don't know, it works sometimes. Anyway, let's grab the texture bits here, and I want to shove this in a somewhere in a map, in a resource manager of sorts. But first let me read the texture. So I need to do probably this: metallic roughness, base color texture. What type is this? I don't need this. I mean, look at this. It's just, so if I'm here and I tab it, okay, anyway, whatever, it just jumps my cursor in. I think the integrations are just so wonky. Like, what's this? I don't know. Okay, you know what, yeah, I don't know how to even, I use Vim mode, so sometimes I hit escape to make the suggestion disappear. But it's putting me into normal mode. Of course. Base color texture. Get texture buffers. From bytes, base color. Oh, these are the bytes, right? Okay, what the heck is this get texture? No, I use it from the, there's some pre-built things. I love it. I use it more than VS Code. It's my default now. It crashes sometimes and it's a bit wonky, but honestly, even with that, it's better than VS Code. Okay, I need this function and we're good to go. Okay, if it's a view, we get it from the buffers, and then we copy this bad boy into a vec of U8s. So the reason I want to do this ugly copies and stuff, what are you complaining about? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't need indices because I'm anyway not supporting index buffers, so I need to get a triangle list. Roughness, no base color, new in. This is a vacate. Okay, so here's the thing. This mesh has vertices, indices, bounding spheres. Indices don't matter now, but they will later. And then some bounding sphere I don't care about right now about. And I want to shove into it the texture data as well. And then when I detect files change, like when the GLTF files change, I will reload them and create my GPU meshes from these meshes. because I do that anyway per frame. So that's a bit wasteful. It needs to be fixed. Okay, let's do. Okay. And I guess this is an arena back. Okay, get texture. And I think this is Din. Let me see how this looks like. Thank you, Microsoft, for changing my keyboard yet again, even though I specifically asked you not to touch those things anymore. Is this the allocator trait? Wait, this doesn't take a lifetime, so how am I supposed to specify? Is it like this? Okay. Not quite. I'm trying to understand these allocators. It's not satisfied. Is this working? Oh, it doesn't have okay, you know what? Because actually this needs to be in the global arena anyway, so it's a bit of a detour for no good reason. Good job, me. This isn't as wasteful as it seems because this just doesn't do anything. As far as I remember. Yeah. Unless you start pushing into it. So that's nice. Now that I have this data, let's see if I do have the data. How should we do this? Panic. Let's see this texture. If it got loaded, we're cooking. Cooking with glass. Okay. Mm-hmm. 1630. Not bad. So we do have a texture there. Cool. Nice. So we're good here. We have a texture data, and then okay, let's think a bit. How would this be loaded from disk? Because right now I load everything at the beginning. I need these meshes to be maybe some IDs. Instead of saving this texture data here, I could instead save an ID here, and then that ID is part of another store in case the same texture is used twice. And then that texture store will be responsible for loading and holding these textures, as well as uploading them to the GPU. So I get WGPU texture IDs. Okay, where should I put this thing? Because now these meshes are kind of transient and they're not really... They always get created over and over because it's just a bunch of cubes. I guess if I go into a WGPU renderer context, this guy has a bunch of GPU stuff. Mesh pool, this is GPU mesh pool. Dynamic mesh pool, this is one that doesn't quite get updated. Okay, so it wouldn't hurt if we slap a few other structures in here, which I would say... Oh, look at this beauty. We have a texture pool. I forgot I added this. Vec of WGPU texture. I don't like this. Oh, actually, do I not like it? I like it. It needs both a vector and a hash map, but because I need to get from string to an index, and then that index gets passed around. And then that's how I know what my texture. Okay. Is this even used? This is in rendering. Okay, create from file. And returns a handle. Okay, this isn't a bad API per se. Create from file happens here. And you get back the ID. Not too bad. I'm just thinking how to organize this a bit better. Okay, so we have the texture pool. Let's say we need to reload everything. Actually, this creates GPU textures, which are these guys. Texture view sampler, the texture itself doesn't hold the data. Not bad. Okay, so let's do another. Okay, so maybe this function here shouldn't. The problem is this mesh didn't require the web GPU stuff. So now requiring it makes me a little bit worried. But I think this could be double GPU texture. Ooh, not no. Handle. Because this is just a number, right? Yeah. So base texture handle can exist in all of the meshes. And then this bad boy will also have a default. So this default should be the texture atlas, which is 0. Oh man, I wish this is my part-time thing. I work as a software engineer by day, and in the weekend and nights work on this thing. So here this will be the default. Because I don't want to hold the data in the memory. Maybe this should have been an optional. If you have no texture, you should be fine. So I'm originally from Romania, but live in London for about 9 years. And no, I want the mesh to always have a base texture. And if not, you get the default, which maybe I'll put it to pink at some point. And then here, this bad boy. Here we'll pass the arena allocator, but also I want to pass the texture pool. Oh, if I mention it here, yeah, I like the UK. London is pretty chill. It's a really nice vibe. It's quite enjoyable. I love the weather. Actually, it's such nice. You know, even today it's miserable. It's raining. I don't feel guilty for sitting at home working on my game. It's amazing. So this will be default now, but I think we're actually let's oh, what is this? Is this the okay, this is the data vec u8 texture handle. I should rename this. Oh yeah, it actually is renamed. That's why these aren't fixed. I know, it's only from nerds you probably get it. Like, it's perfect. Staying inside weather. Think about it. So right now, this isn't quite exactly like a cache. So because it will always load my files, assuming they're different. Population here, I don't know, man. It's just people. Texture, maybe I wanna have a map of names to handles. Store texture, this is a nasty API. Store texture, get texture, this is fine. Create from file is fine. Okay. We're gonna fix the caching problem later. Right now, we will just add textures here. Render. Then actually, look at this API. It could probably get away with not returning me a vector here. It can just give me this slice from this buffer, I assume. Oh, this would be... Man, I need to stop pressing random buttons. This will be beautiful. And I think the a lifetime isn't needed because he should know that it is the only one that has a lifetime. Oh no, there's this guy as well. Round you 8, what? Oh, yeah, because it's 2 of them. Yeah, fair enough. I have a new keyboard and... Okay, fair enough. It's a lot of finance people, which I can't say I feel connected to that area of London, but... Okay, create from memory, and we have the renderer here. So I guess we also need it here. And if we don't have these guys, we won't create these data. Fine. Okay. Bytes, beautiful. Renderer format. Bytes. Label. What? Oh, this is just. We'll go back to that label. So we're gonna have keys anyway for these guys. But what's my format? I don't quite know if this is correct. sRGB. I think it's fine actually. Okay, so this is the WGPU texture. Okay, that we return. Whoops. We return a handle. And then we should add some errors later on, but it seems reasonable. Oh, wow, look at this. This also from bytes is a nicer name. Oh, actually, I don't even need to repeat this guy. Yeah, beautiful. So we loaded the texture here. What's wrong with you, man? I don't know how to spell. Okay. one thing that now is impossible and we need to fix. So this is why I showed you guys what I have, because now it's gonna be a bit of a pain. Bit of pain. WGPU rendering. What are you doing here? Wait a minute. Warnings. So here we used to be able to load this mesh as a static, but not anymore. And then here we were adding every mesh from in the dynamic mesh pool. This is a little bit nasty, but what I want to do now is load it here. Okay, so from GLTF, assets, dirt, cube. Where am I here? What do I have? Terrain, arena, render context. And this is mutable. Oh, this needs to probably change. Who knows? Renderer. Renderer. And then arena. Oh, alright. So now we should load this guy per frame, okay? But it should have the texture data here. So let's see here, a breakpoint. All right, sorry about that. Actually, got into a sneezing fit. All right, so where was I? At mesh. Mesh. And then PBR base texture handle 2, 0, 1 are taken, so this is correct. Amazing. So this is fine. We have a texture loaded here. The problem is now we're not using the texture, right? And then that's not a big issue. We should go into here, actually where we were, and then look at where we set textures. I believe we do a trickery with meshes push, shadow quad. No, rebuilding the mesh pool. No, wait, can I look at? Is it in render? Rebuild the mesh pool, update the lights data, and then compute pass for the culling and all of that stuff. I'm gonna take an option off that I kind of like, but now it's just annoying me. Huh, what the heck? This is wrong. Can you not be... This one I want to comment out. Yeah. The auto signature help, I wished it worked only for functions because it pops too many things in my face. Okay. Geometry and textures bind group. And then we set it, and then we call draw instance. So this assumes that the whole mesh pool has one texture. One texture at Atlas. GPRS has arrays of textures. Examples. I'm trying to see if I can just bind all of my textures up front or if I need to add them to the texture atlas. So this is what I'm actually searching for. Texture validation error. I want to see how many they have. GPU web. The texture array example. Okay. Texture array in WGPU. We write the textures, we have a sampler. Oh, only one sampler? Interesting. Right, so texture array view. What I mean, and they can be as big as we want. Okay. You know, this might be interesting. But the thing is, I can't tell if the size, like, how big can this array be? Who tells it how big the array is? Wait, let me load this editor and let's explore the code a bit. Because maybe I can just create an array of textures. If I can have, how big can it be? Arrays of textures. I could make them all, pack them all into one. But then at load time I need to change the UVs. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So there's a count here for a bind group layout entry, which I assume is for these are two samplers for textures. And then bind group layout. We created like this texture view array boop. Texture view array boop. And then in the mesh, we can tell you, how do you know which texture you sample from? You have one base color texture per mesh. So then, okay. This is actually not that bad. Texture view array, then there should be a way to ask for sample texture and storage buffer array, non-uniform indexing, texture binding array. Okay, I could actually just have all of the textures in memory. If things become too much, I can create on the fly a texture atlas. And then the mesh instance can have information on what texture handle to sample from. Okay, we're cooking. I'm not sure what the legal limits are on how many textures can you have in a texture view array. Okay, this is still cooked. So it's using the wrong one. But now let's use the texture view array stuff. So let me see, how do we do here? Right texture for all of those guys in the queue. Okay, bind group layout. Okay, here we are. Bind group layout. Who calls this guy? With this bind group layout, I want to have an array of 1 here, right? Materials. Ooh, not you. Okay, texture bind group layout, and here we have vertex buffer, fragment, sampler, and this is the texture, and then lights, data, sun, and whatever. So okay, cool. So this is a texture, and this is the sampler. So I want 1. I think we need a new bind group layout. Okay, whatever. Let's okay, this is a non-zero U32. Okay, and these are arrays now, and in the shader Array of texture 2D of float 32. Okay. This is good so far, but let's not touch the shader. So we created the bind group layout, and as dynamic offset true for the fragment. I wish these examples were a bit simpler. Fragment input has a text code and an index. Okay, let me show you what I'm looking at so you're not super confused. So fragment has this guy. Has some uniforms here, which I don't know what the heck they are. Indices. I don't care about this then. Binding 1, because this will come from somewhere else for me. So only group 0 is of interest for me. Okay. What's the group? Bind group layout and then uniform. Bind group layout comes from this layout, which is 2, 2, and 2. So 2 random of these, sure, filterable, whatever. I added these, so we should be good. And then in the bind group, I need to create binding resource with texture view array. Okay. Create bind group. Create the bind group. I think I know where. Here we create the bind group with this texture. Oh, look at this. So we take it from the texture pool, and then here I need texture view array, and then it will be I believe, boom, this actually this, right? Sampler array. And I have my sampler here. This was easy. I think the only, so this is for me now. I only touch them in the fragment shader. Okay. You know, this is ChatGPT time. Don't touch my code, bro. Oh, actually, you know what? Touch it. I can always discard changes. Here. Okay, vibe coding time. I don't know, is it just an array? I don't know, jealous of this. Oh yeah, you need to put a number here, do you? You need to put a number. Creates an array of 16 samplers. You can adjust array size as needed. Okay. Right, so it needs to be set in advance. The size. What's the difference here? Samplers. Okay, you know what? Keep all. Let me double check what you did here. So we take this guy. I guess material could hold the texture index. I think this material boy needs to be here. And then in the material, we can add this index we are sampling from. I think. Yes. I mean, let's see if this guy runs. I probably need to set some settings somewhere. WGB features, texture binding array. Yeah, because and I also need this bad boy. Well, actually, let's see. Non-uniform indexing, buffer, samples, texture and storage, buffer array, non-uniform indexing. What does that mean? What does it mean? Limit is 0, count is to check the max bindings. Limits. Yeah. If binding arrays are supported, all devices can support 500,000. Higher is better. Well, come on. What are we doing here? We should... not a big deal. 64 textures. You know what? Cool. And then what? Checks max binding array shader stage. Did it crash with the same error? What? Too many bindings of types. Binding array sampler. Ooh, this is two numbers. No, it's the... I think this error is cupped. Bind groups may not contain both a binding array and a uniform buffer. Ugh. I think these can... God damn it. Okay. How do I do this? You know, every time I think how do I do it fast, I'll just PBR pipeline. I guess. Materials bind group layout. Geometry and textures. I think this is good name. Uniforms. Because they don't allow me to have both apparently. Geometry and textures will be this. And now let's do some surgery. This will be the uniforms. So geometry and texture, uniforms, camera, and then materials. Okay. And then the pipeline, and then I need to save this guy here. Actually, uniforms, buying group layout, and then all right, materials. Audio and binding 0. Okay. Materials, geometry and textures. Right, so let's first let's rename it. And now what do I want? Geometry? Nope. Texture? Nope. Sampler? Also no. What's this? Lights data, yes. Sun, yes. Now this will be binding. I need to remember what these are. Right. So here we will have those guys and not these guys. And this is back to being geometry and texture. Not too bad. Uniforms. Actually, both of these are fragments. So let me check the fragment shader now. Okay, actually, let me double check where I place this in the array here when I create my pipeline descriptor. The geometry and texture, and then camera and materials will be offset as well. Nice. Okay, there's a lot of math. Right, so 0, 1, 0, 2. This isn't 0, 3 anymore. This will be 1, 3, 1, 0 actually. Sun. Oh, actually, lights data 1, 0, 1, 1 will be the sun. Yep. Because it needs to match this order 0, 1, camera 2, 2, 0, and then materials 3, 0. Okay. The problem is, as you might have guessed, because we have another bind group layout, I have to have two other bind groups. So let's pipeline layout, pipeline. So these bad boys are here, but then these two buffers need to be in another bind group. Let's do a little hack and then we do something nicer. Device create bind group. Okay. Okay. And then 0, 1, 2, 3. These go away. This is 0. This is 1. Uniform bind group. More letters, why not? Okay. So then here, and then I have uniform. This isn't too ugly actually. And then I need another bind group here. Okay, thank you, Microsoft, again for changing my keyboard. There's literally only two things on this world keeping me on Windows: Fortnite and Overwatch. Like, if those games would get a Linux or Mac version, I would just eject from Windows. The fact that it just changes my keyboard, and trust me, I tried all of the tricks to not have keyboards and the menu just doesn't work for me. It's just... Yo, Rust Analyzer, are you okay? PBR material pipeline, draw instanced. and then 1, and this is my uniform bind group. Is Fortnite that good? I killed by constantly by 13-year-olds. Well, I don't know. I love it. I play a lot. Play a lot with my cousin. I mean, she's in not that age bracket, but not that far. 18, but yeah. Yes, crashed. How's it going? Why did you crash? Number of bindings do not match number of bindings defined in the layout. Ooh. Oh, because I copied these, but I need to remove them from here. Which is only 3 I need. We're going 3D today. Man, I'm so excited. I am so excited. I mean, we were already 3D, but now we will be more 3D. Okay, yet another crash. Uniform by group. The number of bindings do not match 3. Ooh, wait, what did I delete here? Sorry, what was I? So why do I be in the layout? Uniforms, lights, sun. Okay. This is definitely not 3. Which means here. Oh, wait. I mean, let's just make 2 functions. So this returns 1 bind group. What do I have? Okay, we're doing 2 functions. We're going better. Architecture mode. Okay. Yank this bad boy out of here. I don't care. This will be called uniform bind group. Make. If I knew how to type uniform. You don't need a vertex buffer. You don't need a texture pool. You need the lights. Yep. This bad boy, yanking them out. Okay. Okay, nice. You don't need lights, you need sound buffer. You don't need this texture. Nice. And also this is the other function. Yep. Okay. Nice. Oh, beautiful. And now we just need to kind of geometry and texture bind group equals this without this byte, boys. We'll need them later. Move them here. And this will just compile. This is render device. Nice one. And now we put this one. So this is the transparent one. And this is the non-opaque. All right. There's an error here somewhere, but maybe not. Oh no, it's I deleted some code. Why are we doing this? Just a reminder. Well, actually, maybe we'll see now. Boy. We don't have geometry, we don't have textures. Nice. Oh god. Okay. Oh, probably this guy screwed me over. Hey Claude, remember when you wrote some code for me here? First of all, how do you know how big this guy is? Array sample diffuse of 16. God damn it, Claude. Wait, this is a bigger problem because it should be red, so it's not a color thing. These two are 1 and 2 and 0. But now they're textured to the array and then diffuse of 1. Okay. It doesn't matter if these are wrong. Okay, let me check my vertex shader. Its vertices at 0. Okay, time to bring the big boy out. And to big the big boy out. Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing. That means actually, what could it mean? What could it be? Yeah, electrical. Means my geometry is no. This is the data used to be correct. I just split a bind group into two. So we are not binding the data in the right places. We can check what this guy drew actually. Can check in the mesh viewer. Oh yeah. Nothing. Empty draw call 0 instances. Oh no, actually this is by design 0. Sorry, going back. This one has some instances. Okay. Okay, but none of them work, so whatever. 0 instances is fine, but let's go now here. Oh, gel position, not a number. Nice one. So gel position is calculated from God, I hate this type of debugging sessions. I think it might not have been you, Claude, but I'm watching you. Think 0 vertices. Wait, I have the camera here, but I modified it. You might be right, actually. Because I have the camera here, and then I have... Oh, maybe that was it, actually. Because the geometry is in the right place. This guy doesn't look like in the right place. Although I don't remember the camera to be... This fragment. Wait, where's my camera, actually? Never mind, doesn't matter. Oh, it's in a different buying group. Oh yeah. Okay, so why am I so excited? Because we are one step away from rendering this giant cube. Why is that exciting actually? We don't even need a giant cube anymore. Let's go to oh, but it will make everything super slow. Yeah, I will not touch the cube because I made this cube in Blender. Okay. This whole saga is because I wanted the cube from Blender to load. So then I can have a nice table, a 3D table for the workshops and stuff. So it's starting with the cube. So okay, I have everything in place. I have the texture array, I have the samplers. We only need now to bind all of the textures. Where do we bind them? Here. Not here. In WebGPU. One step at a time. So here is just one texture and the view, and one texture and the sampler. Nice. So now we don't just take the first one. Actually, since we're here and we have a running thing, this texture handle too should have all of the data, so my cube renders like in here. You can't quite see it because of my Blender skills, but it has the texture on. So let's see if that worked. Maybe. Oh yeah, these are brown. I don't know why this guy is gray. Is it because of oh, are you in the shade here? Or maybe normals are scuffed. Giant gray cube. But this didn't work though. Shouldn't. Okay, yeah, let me check. So this texture, if I export this boy as GLTF, separate texture. And then I look at the textures. Wait, what is the shading? Dirt PNG. I mean, dirt PNG is just this guy, which is the correct texture, and it should look like this. Let me export again. GLB. Oh, you not here. I need to export into double checking. These are also gray, so I'm a little bit. This seems fine. Why are these gray? Oh, it's because of. Oh, because of the camera depth. Is this fog related? Disabling fog in a second. My fog. Apply layer effects, okay. Don't apply anything. Okay, great. Oh yeah, it was the fog. Some weird counterclockwise thing is happening here. Oh, I had nice. Yeah. I think the winding order might be wrong, but that's fine. Is it wrong? Or am I just being crazy? Oh, we could do... Okay, actually. I wanted to do the hot reload, but let's do the normal. So let's do all textures. And then here... Sync, God forbid. This would be a texture view, I think. I wonder if I can return both of these in one go, but please work. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. So this is texture views, and this would be... It doesn't matter that it's silly. Sampler, I think. What's wrong with you? Oh, okay. Okay, texture pool or textures, and then samplers. No, seriously? Can I get a slice from this guy? Let's see. You know what? Probably not, because they need to be contiguous in memory. Yeah. Never mind. They need to be somehow continuous. I knew that cloth. Checking. I think if I just do this here, it should be fine. Okay, so now we have... What don't you like here, actually? Oh. Collect. The only missing part of the puzzle is how do we connect materials? It's probably the answer. How do we connect these textures to that geometry? We could do it in instances. That's a pain. Oh, what the heck. And most 1 items, but 3 were provided. Yep. I know. This is in. Oh, that's at most, so I can just already create it to as many as I wish, right? PBR pipeline. Oh yeah, because we created it with 1, because we wanted... What's a good number? 64 is a good number. What is this? Sampler. 64 samplers. 64 textures. Why not? And I think here I need that. Okay, you know what? I need to create this guy. And now let's pray this pipeline is created after the texture pool. Is in renderer. And doesn't matter actually. Okay, we're gonna suffer for a bit, but I need to clean this. Let me at least put it here. I need to shuffle around some operations because now just not cool. It's annoying that you need to be super precise on these numbers. It kind of constrains me a little bit, but whatever. Really? Where would they come from? Because I'm fairly sure I only load. Pretty sure I only load 3 textures. Unless I'm leaking memory, which could be. I'm sure I'm leaking memory because I keep creating this texture from bytes in my test here. This guy failed to attach my test here. Yeah, we add. When we create this mesh, we send a texture pool and then we keep adding stuff in there. Okay. Time to make this texture pool smarter. Nice. I mean, it's a good test. So when we create from bytes, we also take a name. And when we create from file, we don't take a name, but we will use the file as the key. So we'll also have a texture right? So I can have this handle directly here because it's already representing that. Okay. I want this to be public. Do I get the return from here? Oh, are these clonable actually? Yeah. This returns the handle, adds to the map, this dereferences it. Okay, file name, store texture. File name. And actually, we can do this trickery here because I don't want to load it either. This is fine. Handle. Return the handle here. Okay, whatever. And then we do this trickery here. We don't have one. Insert it. No need for... Yes, there is a need for that. Here we have file name. What am I doing here? Okay, this. It's a bit dodgy what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, this is, don't like it. Nicer actually. Okay, and now we have the same deal. So texture map, boom, boom, boom. Bytes. Now do this guy again. Annoying, but a bit safer in my opinion. Yeah, this is good because I have all I need. Oh, Blender, my boy, what happens? Oh no, it's actually Zed dying. Okay. I updated too eagerly, and I also deleted my old version, and I actually don't remember which one I used to have. Okay. And this texture also has a name, as far as I remember. Once my LSP, what? Flashbang. Base color texture. Come on, Rust Analyzer, do your thing. My computer crapped itself. Okay, where was I? It by any chance? Okay. What's this type? Option. Unwrap. Or do we have a UUID here? What do we do? Let's see. Well, no, not that one. Not this one either. This one. Okay, features v4. Okay. Can I do this? What methods does this guy have? Is there a map or else? Okay, it's the other way around. I'm sure there's a way to get the it as stir, but whatever. This is actually pretty stupid. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. The whole idea of these names is to be the same name, right? So even if it's missing, I don't want a unique ID. I want something like maybe format and give me this, and then we'll put here a few things. A path maybe. Path, and then we'll put mesh mesh. Mesh index, and then we'll put primitive index. Okay. Something like that. Because this is unique and this, but also kind of the same every time I call it with the same path. Okay. So now there should be always 3 textures, no matter how many times we try to create the mesh. It will load the geometry, but then not do anything with the texture data. Yep, and it's not crashing anymore because we have the correct thingies. Oh look, they have even color now. Because this is, yeah. They have color now because I cut the fog. This is very far from the camera, that's why it had no color before. But because it's an orthographic projection, you can't quite tell how far it is. But it's fairly far. Okay. Okay, we did this. Now, how do we connect them? I need to put this index texture handle somewhere. Where? Somewhere. I could create a material. I could do that. Man, but it's getting a bit late and this will require a bit of thinking because... So we have everything here. Let me open Blender. Save this boy as JSON. Dwarf game assets GLTF, okay. I want to see where we have. So here is JSON, and we have a scene, a cube, materials. Look at this beautiful data. So I could just load and create a material. we need materials is oh, you can only have one material? Yeah, of course, because then of course you can only have one material and then index. Oh, material index. Oh, I already have primitive material. Base color texture. Oh, can I just... Oh my god. Yeah. And guess what do I need for my materials? Oh, I have an emissive color. Okay. Metallic factor, roughness factor. Oh, yeah, where's the roughness actually? Wait. Base color, metallic roughness, and some index. I need to have the roughness as well. Transform, include. Custom properties, nope. Data. Material. Automatic. But my friend, I find metallic, but I don't see the roughness. But what the Oh, it's missing from... Oh my god. Okay. I panicked. I panicked for no good reason. Let's put some values. 0.5. It's missing because the default is is 1. So let's export just to be safe. Cube GLTF export. Yep, roughness factor and metallic factor are both here. Right. Emissive color. Can I add an emissive color? Emission. Color. Oh my god. Oh my god. Strength. 1 point whatever. And color, let's make it a weird one. And export again. Oh, it's so good. I've made my own materials thinking about physically based stuff. Actually, do we have an add-on here? Mention GLTF. I don't even know what this is. And we have emissive strength on an extension and then emissive color. Oh, there's this emissive factor. What's this? I wonder if that's RGB or what. The emissive strength. Emissive factor in GLTF. Three numbers 000. The factor of the emissive color of the material. So I guess it's okay. And then an emissive strength, which I can shove into the cool. So we have this roughness material, and then guess it's from the material, not from the metallic roughness. Emissive factor. Okay, I need this thing, which probably is an extension. Yep. Okay, no problem. No problem. Oh man, this is so cool. I need to adapt my shader to take these things into account. But I don't know why this isn't formatting anymore. Anyway, whatever. emissive strength, which is, what's the default, my friend? Let's put it 1, but I need to check the equations there. Well, I guess it's 0 if you don't put any strength. And now we already have a name, emissive color, metallic factor, and roughness factor. We already have all the data we need to create one of my materials. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. So these come from a file where you can write them by hand. Glowing workbench, whatever. But not only, where is this in resource manager? So we can just augment this data with the new stuff I'm loading from disk. Oh, does this guy have a name? Primitive material. Doesn't have a name. You know what? Can I just assume it has a name? This would be feel like this is crappy. I should have a function to create me, because this is the same, which I guess it's this. Or else default name. Just a little bit of cleanup, you know. Okay, anyway, we have the material name, factor, emissive, strength, whatever. All we need is to plug it in the my materials buffer, which is easy peasy. Texture pool. Actually, how do I connect meshes to materials in the normal? Oh, it's not here. Then I just need to return the material name, I think. So I return the mesh as a vector, and then don't like it. And the material, the mesh and the material, because this is a cheap thing. So but not this guy. This guy. And the name. And here we will put This color factor. Metallic factor. Roughness factor. Color multiplier. Emissive factor. This could be and then I'll pack here the emissive strength. Color multiplier, this is something dodgy. Leave it like this for now. Metallic factor is already afloat. Roughness. Base color factor though. Is it 1? What's this? Yeah, 1. Okay, I think how do you spell metallic? Padding. Bit of padding. Okay. I should check these values, what they mean. It's like here 001 and then it's RGBA. Like .1 here. I think this is wrong, maybe in Blender. Because here R is 0, 0.2, 1, and 1. You can make it. Can you change transparency of this? It doesn't matter. I won't have a thin film. I do wonder. Base color. There's no base color factor though. Okay, so we hard coded to 1 for those. Actually, I don't think I use the base color factor for anything, so maybe we should simplify that. All right, so we have The material, I guess, updating the mesh data. Where do we upload these materials? Buffer. This is a complicated function. So rebuilding the mesh pool and then uploading the lights. Material storage gets uploaded here. Okay. After rebuilding the mesh pool. So technically, it's actually already text, but it's a read-only. What do I do with resource manager? Create mesh resources. This is used in the terrain, maybe. Okay. Okay. I think here, just this. I mean, do I want to load meshes here? Am I just being silly at this point? We need to think a bit. Why should I load it there? I should load it at startup. And then I upload it to the GPU based on some ID. So let's not do this then. Let's not pass the resource manager here. We don't need that. We can just like yeah, so this mesh data will be taken from somewhere. But we don't load the files here because this is my render loop. So this works for testing purposes, right? But I don't want to, what's this doing here, right? I don't want to go too far in making this bit work. So I think it's fine. Oh, this one's probably required. We have this function kind of working from GLTF, so we need somewhere at startup or maybe even in resource manage. These meshes here, which is this type of data, needs to be stored somewhere. And I think I haven't made up my mind where I want to store that. They could sit in resource manager actually. Yeah, resource manager seems like a good place for the mesh data. And I can have a load step in the beginning that is in the game, I guess. Because the meshes themselves don't. A resource manager already reloads some stuff. So the game should have a function here somewhere which is called here. Sorry, I wanna sneeze. The game will have access to everything, the WGPU thing, resource manager, render stuff, and then here we can reload things if needed. Actually, this will open us up for even more reloading, like textures. I love myself a hot reload of facets. So here we can do something like well, what do? We do what we did here, right? This instance though should come from a wait. Come from renderable data. So the renderable data will reference cube, whatever, or a GLTF mesh. And this would have maybe a handle somehow, right? What's this mesh raw data actually? So this is the draw command. Yeah, let's copy. This is a bit annoying, so I'll have to have one for loading and one for runtime. So this will be the runtime one. And for loading, I'll have to not reference renderable type in here. So it will be something like this. Enum will be this boy, but here we'll have this. Debug. This is so annoying. Okay. Can't I have a default value of this? Whatever. I'll look into that later. I think this is good. Now it probably needs this is weird because this is optional, and then if you don't have one, I guess in the that's fine, we can slap a clone here. Guess this should do it. Okay. So this will have what name did I give that? Or well, now we need to actually load it, so I can make a two-state thing, or I could just load it somehow with the resource manager here. Okay, it turns out piping this data through is a bit more complex. I have the resource manager here, so I guess I could just have a sort of a function that transforms one into the other and loads the resources for it. Doesn't load the resources here, but finds the resources in and set them here on the so this would be the mesh handle, and then texture handles. But this will be for tomorrow because I keep sneezing or wanting to sneeze, and then it's just gonna be, I'll be sorry for your guys' ears. We're not too far actually from piping it through properly. And then I can have 3D meshes inside of my game. So I can try to play around with 3D assets a little bit and see if they feel nicer. I still want them to be pixelated at the edges, so that will require some trickery, I think. In terms of this geometry will be zigzaggy. But it's something I want to try. I've already balanced it a bit. If not, we do it the hard way and we rotate sprites and call it a day. But I think this might be nicer. Anyway, thanks all for